Kulala kwangu umekuchunguza,
umezijua
njia zangu zote, fikira zangu zote unazijua.
Matendo yangu yote wayajua.
Siwezi kwenda mbali na roho yako, fikira zangu zote unazijua.
Ujuzi wako wote waujua.
Siwezi kwenda mbali na roho yako, fikira zangu zote unazijua.
Nakulilia, Baba Mungu,
uniondolee uovu wangu.
Nakulilia, Baba Mungu,
uniondolee uovu wangu.
nakulilia, Baba Mungu,
uniondolee uovu.
Nitembeapo
Mungu unanijua, ninapolala we unanijua mimi, mawazo yangu unayajua, na kuhitaji uniongoze. Mungu unanijua mimi, lala we unanijua mimi, yangu unayajua, sitajificha mbali na wewe.
ninaposema maovu juu yako,
kulingana na mawazo yangu,
nikitumia
jina lako Mungu, fikira zangu zote unazijua.
ninapokuwa weza
kulingana na mawazo yangu,
nikitumia
jina lako Mungu, fikira zangu zote
unisamehe.
unisamehe ninapokuwa
siwezi enda mbali na roho yako, fikira zangu zote unazijua.
uwasamehe walotukosea,
Siwezi kwenda mbali na roho yako, fikira zangu zote unazijua.
unisamehe makosa yangu,
Uniondole uovu wangu,
unisamehe makosa yangu,
uniondole uovu wangu,
unisamehe makosa yangu,
uniondole uovu wangu.
Nitembee
Mungu unanijua mimi, lala we unanijua mimi, yangu unayajua, na kuhitaji uniongoze. Mungu unanijua mimi, lala we unanijua mimi, yangu unayajua, sitajificha mbali na wewe, yangu unayajua, sitajificha mbali na wewe, yangu unayajua, sitajificha mbali na wewe.
Thank you very much. Kwa makofi.
yu mwema,
Mungu yu mwema,
Mungu
yu mwema, yu mwema,
Mungu yu mwema,
Mungu yu mwema, Mungu yu mwema, yu mwema,
Mungu yu mwema,
Mungu yu mwema, Mungu yu mwema, Mungu yu mwema.
Mungu ni muzo,
Mungu ni muzo,
Mungu
ni muzo, ni muzo,
Mungu ni muzo,
Mungu ni muzo,
Mungu
ni muzo, Mungu ni muzo,
Mungu ni muzo,
Mungu ni muzo,
Mungu
ni muzo, Mungu ni muzo.
sawa. Chuku. Oh, niacheni dendereke,
Niacheni tendereke, niacheni tendereke, niacheni tendereke,
niacheni dendereke,
niacheni tendereke, niacheni tendereke, niacheni tendereke,
oh, niacheni dendereke,
niacheni tendereke, niacheni tendereke, niacheni tendereke.
oh, niacheni zunguruke,
Niacheni zunguruke, niacheni zunguruke, niacheni zunguruke,
oh, niacheni zunguruke,
niacheni zunguruke, niacheni zunguruke, niacheni zunguruke,
oh, niacheni zunguruke,
niacheni zunguruke, niacheni zunguruke, niacheni zunguruke.
Oh, tuende chini kwa chini,
Tuende chini kwa chini, tuende chini kwa chini, tuende chini kwa
oh, tuende chini kwa chini we,
chini kwa chini, tuende chini kwa chini, tuende chini kwa chini.
oh, Nyasaye imibe,
Inibe, Nyasaye inibe, Nyasaye inibe,
oh, Nyasaye imibe, Nyasaye
inibe, Nyasaye inibe, Nyasaye inibe,
oh, Nyasaye imibe,
inibe, Nyasaye inibe, Nyasaye inibe.
oh, emoya salala,
Moyo salala, moyo salala,
oh, moya salala,
moyo salala, moyo salala,
oh, moya salala,
moyo salala, moyo salala, moyo salala.
Shangilia, Yesu anaweza,
Yesu anaweza, Yesu anaweza, Yesu anaweza,
shangilia, Yesu anaweza,
Yesu anaweza, Yesu anaweza, Yesu anaweza,
oh, shangilia, Yesu anaweza, oh,
Yesu anaweza, Yesu anaweza, Yesu anaweza.
Bwana asifiwe.
Shangilia, Yesu jemedari,
Yesu jemedari, Yesu jemedari, Yesu jemedari,
oh, shangilia, Yesu jemedari,
Yesu jemedari, Yesu jemedari, Yesu jemedari.
Oh, shangilia Yesu jemedari.
Yesu jemedari. Yesu jemedari. Yesu jemedari.
Shangilia Yesu namba moja.
Yesu namba moja.
Yesu namba moja. Yesu. Oh, shangilia Yesu namba moja. Yesu namba moja.
Yesu namba moja.
Shangilia Yesu namba moja.
Yesu namba moja.
Yesu namba moja.
Yesu namba moja.
Twende.
Shangilia Yesu ni mshindi.
Yesu ni mshindi. Yesu ni mshindi. Yesu ni mshindi.
Shangilia Yesu ni mshindi.
Yesu ni mshindi. Yesu ni mshindi. Yesu ni mshindi.
Shangilia Yesu ni mshindi.
Yesu ni mshindi. Yesu ni mshindi. Yesu ni mshindi.
Ngima lomba, ngima lomba, ngima polo lomba, ngima lomba, ngima polo lomba.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. That song, the reason I have stopped that song is because there's a style, there's a dancing style for that song that goes very well with this chilly weather. Ladies and gentlemen. And so I would like us to be shown, Victor to lead us. We dance a bit, and this chilly weather will really obey our commands this morning. So it is danceable, very simple. You dance, I think with your left or right leg, I don't know. You're going to show us. So let us all be upstanding and have some fun for 2-3 minutes, and then we'll be back to our seats. The song is, what is Ngima Lomba? Why don't you interpret the song? The song says, life is interesting because of God. And it is sung in the Luo language of Kenya. Please, let's go.
Thank you. Now you can, kindly you can come and follow me. We shake it like kidogo. Kindly, please. You just follow me. You do what I'm doing. Just come.
Kanyo.
Karibu. Ngima lomba, ngima polo lomba, ngima lomba, ngima polo lomba, oh ngima lomba, polo lomba, oh ero Yesu, ero Yesu kecho no, oh ero Yesu, ero Yesu kecho no. Just go down. Go down a bit. Go down. Down. Oh, ngima lomba. Polo lomba. Ngima lomba. Ngima
pololomba.
Ewanu watione.
Ero Yesu.
Ewanu watione.
Ero Yesu nikechora nono.
Ewanu watione ngimo.
Down, down,
Down, down. Chini kwa chini. We go down. We go down a bit. We go down a bit. We go down a bit.
Ero Yesu.
Ewanu watione.
Ero Yesu nikechora nono.
Ewanu watione ngimo.
Ero Yesu. Ero Yesu nikechora nono. Hengi malomba. Hengi malomba. Hengi mapololomba.
Ewanu watione ngimo.
Ero Yesu.
Ewanu watione.
Ero Yesu nikechora nono.
Ewanu watione ngimo.
Ero Baba.
Ewanu watione.
Nikechora nono.
Ewanu watione ngimo. Hey.
Ero sana. Ero sana nikechora nono.
Ewanu watione ngimo.
Ero Baba.
Ewanu watione.
Ero Baba nikechora nono.
Ewanu watione ngimo.
Ero Yesu.
Ewanu watione.
Ero Yesu nikechora nono.
Ewanu watione ngimo.
Ero Baba. Ero Baba nikechora nono.
Ewanu watione ngimo.
Ero Baba.
Ewanu watione.
Ero Baba nikechora nono. Ero Yesu. Ero Yesu nikechora nono.
Ewanu watione ngimo.
Ngima lomba.
Ewanu watione.
Ngima lomba. Ngima pololomba.
Ewanu watione ngimo.
Thank you very much.
Makofi tena makofi. That was perfect. That was perfect. And now you can feel the chilly weather is gone. Now we need to enjoy more. Kenyan taste from the PSC choir. The last song. Give us your best now.
From Zimbabwe, now this song is from Zimbabwe. People from Zimbabwe, you can feel free to come and dance. This is your song.
Bam, bam.
Usachame kuti wewe ni chakutungamira. Usachame kuti wewe ni chakutungamira. Tungamira,
Tungamira.
mira,
Tungamira.
mira,
Chakutungamira. Tungamira.
mira,
Tungamira.
mira,
Chakutungamira.
usachame kuti wewe ni chakutungamira. Usachame kuti wewe ni chakutungamira. Tungamira, mira, mira, tungamira, mira, mira, chakutungamira.
Pauline Muriuki. Thank you very much, Public Service Commission Choir. A round of applause for them for the good job, especially the Luo song that got everyone dancing. Thank you very much. You may have a seat. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome back. And this morning we'll kick off once again with a word of prayer, led by Madam Pauline Muriuki from Public Service Commission of Kenya.
Good morning. Shall we pray? Dear Heavenly Father, we are grateful to you for another day and for the gift of life. Thank you for the past 2 days of the conference and for the progress we have made so far. We are humbled by your goodness and your grace that has been sufficient for us. As we embark on the final day of the Aapscoms conference, Lord, we commit all the discussions on the thematic areas into your able hands and seek your guidance. It is written in your word that if we commit our ways to you, you shall direct our paths and make us successful in all that we do. Thank you, Lord, for the newly elected president of Aapscoms, Ambassador Anthony Mushiri, who will lead Aapscoms for the next 2 years as he takes over leadership. Lord, we pray that you enable him to enhance the progress that has been made in the past 16 years. We ask that, Lord, you bless him, grant him divine wisdom so that he may discern the right path in all matters. May you enable him to serve with humility and empathy and grace. Surround him with wise counsel and godly advisors who will steer him onward to your will, as your word says that victory is won through many advisors. Oh Lord, you commanded Joshua saying, be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. May this promise be a source of strength in times of challenge and doubt for our new Aapscoms president. We pray for close collaborations and stronger ties among Aapscoms members as we reach out to other countries in the continent to come aboard. We pray there shall be a positive response. We delight ourselves in you that you may grant our heart's desires. And our desire this day, Lord, is to secure stakeholder support to enable Aapscoms to expand and deliver on its objectives. We thank you and give glory to your holy name, for we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, my salutations are going to change this morning, not the way I have been outlining them since day one. So allow me now to do the salutations officially so that we may know who is who as we kick off today's session. Incoming Aapscom President, Ambassador Anthony Mushiri of Kenya. Outgoing President, Dr. Chaolo Beyani from Zambia. Incoming Vice President of the East African region, Tanzania. And in Swahili, I know Tanzania would love to hear it in Swahili. Naibu mpya wa mwenyekiti wa kanda ya Afrika Mashariki, Tanzania. Incoming Vice President of the Western region, Nigeria. Incoming Vice President of the Southern African region, South Africa. All other outgoing leaders of Aapscoms, commissioners, heads of delegations, CEOs, distinguished guests, public servants, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to the incoming officials of Aapscom and the outgoing ones. A round of applause for them. Allow me to make 2 announcements before I invite Dr. Sylvester Obongo, who will be kicking us off with this session. The first announcement, ladies and gentlemen, is that today's sitting will go up to lunchtime. And after lunchtime, I'm told we'll have some free time. And then we will converge here once again at around 5:30 p.m. in readiness for a very sumptuous dinner. Gala dinner that will be held at the Nyamachoma restaurant. So kindly ensure that after you move out, you come back immediately, because Kenya has a lot of traffic, especially in the evening, and today is Friday. The second announcement is that immediately after lunch, all foreign delegates are kindly requested to converge at Aapscom's Secretariat office upstairs so that you can make arrangements of travel from hotel to JKIA. Those are the 2 announcements that I would like to make. And the final announcement, enjoy your day, your final day in Kenya, all right? So allow me now to invite on stage Dr. Sylvester Obongo from the Public Service Commission of Kenya to lead us in this session. Clap for him, please. morning, everybody. The incoming Aapscom president, the outgoing Aapscom president, the vice presidents for the region, all protocols observed. It's my pleasure this morning to introduce another very, very fascinating panel. We are looking today at strengthening research and policy analysis in government process and in development. Without research, you can't have evidence-based decision-making in government. And if you don't do evidence-based decision-making, you are actually making decisions based on emotions, which could be a very sad. To give us the presentation of this panel, I will introduce the presenter, then I will introduce the panelists after the presentation. The presenter for this session is Professor Tunji Olaopa. Professor Tunji is the chair of the Federal Civil Service Commission. He is a University of Ibadan trained political scientist, and he holds a doctorate degree in public administration from the same university. A retired federal permanent secretary, Olaopa is a professor of public administration, founder, executive vice chairman, Ibadan School of Government and Public Policy. He is also a directing staff at the National Institute for Policy Studies and Strategic Studies at the Jos Plateau State. Olaopa's career commenced as a researcher in consulting practice before joining the Federal Public Service in 1988. At the request of the President and the Commander-in-Chief in 1992, he was deployed as a speechwriter and chief policy analyst at the Office of the President, State House, Aso Villa, Abuja. He served the federal government in many capacities in the presidency as a deputy director, as a head of policy division, Federal Ministry of Education, as a director of programs, Bureau of the Public Service Reforms, the presidency, among numerous assignments. Professor Olaopa was appointed a permanent secretary in the year 2010 and served in 5 different ministries, departments, and agencies, namely Career Management Office, State House, and in the Federal Ministry of Labor and Productivity, Youth Development, and Communication Technology. He retired from the Federal Civil Service in November 2015. He then returned to the university as an academic and was appointed a professor in 2018. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, this topic has the right person to present. He brings to us both practical experience and academic experience. He is a recipient of many honors and awards, including the 2015 National Productivity Order of Merit Award, University of Texas at Austin Thabo Mbeki Award for Distinguished Public Service and Scholarship in 2018, University of Ibadan 70th Anniversary Lifetime Achievement Award in 2018, among many others. Professor Olaopa concludes his biography by saying he is married and is blessed with 3 children. Can we give him a round of applause as he comes to give the presentation? We will give Professor Olaopa 30 minutes of presentation, and then we'll bring in the panelists to give us their perspectives on the same topic. If you don't make decisions based on evidence, you are making decisions based on emotions.
Mr. President, and the entire school, the outgoing president, sir, and colleagues all around the room. Is my lecture being projected? Okay. I've titled my presentation as Defining Issues in Research and Policy Linkages in Country-Level Development Management in Africa. And in speaking to my presentation, I will be addressing 5 items. I will provide a quick historical trajectory to the evolution of public policy and policy-engaged research as my introduction. I will contextualize this global trend and evolution by locating the public policy professionalism in Africa. I will make an initial tentative conclusion that one of the strong missing links in Africa's development trajectory is the weak policy research linkage, and I will provide explanation. I will build on this by pushing the thesis that Africa invests largely in tangible assets to the virtual neglect of intangibles. I will proceed to do a prognosis around some fundamental questions that needs to concern us as policymakers and scholars. I will touch on how brain drain phenomenon has become a coping mechanism even for scholars. And of course, I will also touch on the complexity in development management in a VUCAized. We heard of VUCA yesterday. VUCAized complexity that Africa needs to strategically engage. And I will conclude with some recommendations. Public policy as a field of study and as a profession is quite recent in origin when compared with other disciplinary domains, and is therefore still evolving, having commenced at first as sub-fields in political science and public administration. In the aftermath of the Second World War, particularly when the United States decided to enter the war around the middle 40s. And so at that time, America decided to do a whole lot of strategizing and therefore mobilize the services of a huge number of social scientists as well as a whole of the policy scholars. So we started to have a merger of academic research, statistical analysis, management science, and the social science research method becoming a significant component of government work. That's built and incentivized the growth of policy schools, research institutes, and think tanks, like the Brookings Institution, Rand Corporation and American Enterprise Institute, the Heritage Institute, which contributed significantly to establish public policy analysis and policy engaged research as an indispensable function and technical support to government and to public administration. The American university built on this later. They rode on the wings of this growing popularity of public policy to set up public policy courses, seminars, and discourses to build the capacity of policymakers, policy managers, public administrators, and development workers, including policy researchers so they can undertake robust evidence-based analysis and research. So we started having the likes of the Harvard School of Government and a whole lot of others, like the Blavinic School of Government at Oxford and all. Taking advantage of social science research methods and practices, public policy then grew to become a multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary domain of knowledge, drawing from an array of methodological and substantive fields, such as political science, public administration, sociology, organizational psychology, management philosophy, decision science, and statistics, to name just a few. All these fields have contributed, therefore, to shaping public policy theories and methodologies which have added up to drive government intelligence, decision-making, action, and policy researches. Let me try to then locate this, evolving the growth of policy professionalism to Africa. And in doing that, I'd like to reference the Nigerian experience, just in passing, to create a framework for engaging the dynamics of the domestication and the mainstreaming of the global trend that built up for the discipline, especially to shed light on the status of policy professionalism in Africa. In 1966, Professor Wolfgang Stolper, who was hired by the World Bank in 1962 as a technical advisor to the government of Tafawa Balewa to design and implement the country's first national development plan, 1962 to 1968, decided to write in an academic journal his experience working with Nigeria. And he then used that paper to triangulate across Africa and the developing countries. He delivered a prescient judgment that goes to the heart of African development problematic in a similar reflection which was published in 1966. In the article titled "Planning Without Facts, Planning Without Statistics," his accounts and experience, his basic thesis was that Nigeria is a country that plans and manages her development programs without the benefit of evidence-based methodologies, by merely shooting into the dark in very primitive, unscientific manner. This assertion has been variously extrapolated as the inherent difficulty in African development planning and management. It suggests that policy management practices in Africa is reading in several countries' contexts and over time with essential lack of statistical parameters by which implementable and sustainable development policies ought to be crafted. In other words, there is an unabating lack of a data culture and associated scientific parameters, which makes it difficult to design and implement cogent policies that address strategically poverty, unemployment, the youth purge, climate change-induced flooding and all, terrorism and associated insecurities, and in managing the critical macroeconomic dynamics that surrounds the continent's challenges within a game-changing dynamics that could make them to compete in a heavily globalized and vocalized world. So on the basis of this, I'd like to make a tentative conclusion that one strong missing link in Africa's development trajectory is weak policy research linkages. And that indeed, a nation without a viable and vibrant research industry, backed up by leadership sophistication to harvest the output output of researchers and intellectual capital, we find it very hard to contend with the imperative of a knowledge, information, and VUCA age. What's VUCA? VUCA means V, vulnerable or volatile, U, uncertain, C, complex, and A, ambiguous. It was invented, it's a concept introduced by Warren Barnes, a leadership theorist, an American renowned scholar, Warren Barnes, and Burt Nonens. So a country in this predicament lacks definite and useful understanding of what development is all about. So what are the explanations for this, seeming status in Africa? Juma and Clark, in their 1995 article titled Policy Research in Sub-Saharan Africa, an explanation, provides a helpful explanation, and I will highlight his explanation as follows. Despite the several macroeconomic shocks in the last 15 years, African governments have not accorded political priority to adjusting their economic policies along rational line. When we say rational line, we are talking of, that is what we call the rational model, meaning that evidence-based policy making. Nor have they shown much interest in exploiting their local capacity to formulate or implement economic policies, or improving their local analytical capacity. Policies have often been imposed by international development agencies and donors with the leverage accorded by a crisis. So the first time Africa, and Nigeria, for example, was when the 1979 the Arab crisis. So, and that's when we started to romance IMF and the World Bank. So, given a lack of data and analysis within government, donors have at times been forced to make rapid appraisals. That's what donors do. Because we don't have a culture of action and policy research. They just come, they see that they don't have the level of, strategic plan that is rooted in evidence. They quickly just put in some funds, get some researchers, and do some rapid assessment as basis to suggest measures that should be implemented. I was in the United Nations UNGA for many years, when the likes of South Africa, Egypt, and some other countries in the Latin America, the Asian tigers, will have spent 5 years to prepare for their submission to influence the decision of the United Nations at the top level. Some countries, I was shocked in the Nigerian experience. It was the day before that we were gathered and said, okay, so what are we going to present? So really, we do not understand what development is all about. So consequently, decisions are taken without intelligent input from us in terms of global reckoning. In many cases, such policies that are based on rapid assessment risk having little chance of success over a long run, based as they were on analysis carried out by foreign agencies with local involvement in their production and commitment to their implementation. What are my deductions from this? There is an overwhelming evidence perception that indigenous research contributes only very little, if at all, to policy design in Africa. How true is this? To determine whether or not research is a significant input in policy making in Africa, therefore, it is important that we look at the following explanation in the literature. The fundamental problem with the policy framework of the African continent is its exogenous dependency nature. These and other factors have been clustered by policy scholars into 3 categories. 1, the ideological. African countries are locked into Western Washington Consensus Protocol, which dictates neoliberal policy insights that are simply always at odds with most of our local realities. They are equally subjected to various donor policy conditionalities that override our own specific conditions. And these options are therefore no longer in sync with contemporary economic development and governance reality. The second is political. The agenda-setting framework in African states is often circumscribed by political considerations. This implies, among other things, that policy is often formulated only by government officials and politicians without the involvement of the people and the civil society and the research community. Under this arrangement, politicians often use policy formulation to respond to specific extraneous concerns rather than the public good or national interest of the different countries. And donors' conditionalities of vested interests are often top on the list of such options. Consequently, the idea that policy experts have, because we sit down as policy scholars when we are called to come and make input, we think that policy making is a very linear, sequential process in which research is generated. Research generates specific knowledge that then seamlessly feeds into the policy process. This I consider technicist thinking among policy scholars. What that means is that technicist is a primitive artisan journeyman machinist invention. When a young man just design an aeroplane that is flying and think that is aeroplane. And that's thermodynamics. And the story was told once that a set of scholars were going for a conference in Malaysia. And they were all largely technology scientists and all. So after they have settled in the plane, the pilot came out and told them that actually they just want to showcase what Africans can do. That this plane was actually built by African researchers and students and all. They later discovered that most of the professors started offering to, come down from the plane. That they couldn't trust that the plane will get to the destination because they know what they teach, So, such paradigm, the neoliberal and dependency paradigm, underestimate the complexity of the policy process. They thinking that policy is linear, that we sit somewhere in our research institute, we submit a research paper, and that goes in a linear sequence. Underestimates the complexity of the policy process, and it's even more complicated by heavily politicized environment, especially the elite, rentier, and self-gratifying culture, making it tendentiously developmental. Sometimes policy-engaged researchers are demand-driven, meaning that they begin, I was in NIPS, government would often ask NIPS to give them some sense of how to proceed on some policies. Meaning that when they are demand-driven, it begins with identification of the problem by the government, which is then passed on to the researcher and policy expert. The point to make here is that universally, researchers or consultants do not always have the solution to policy problems. According to Ayuka Mauroni, researchers can only contribute to the policy process by helping policy makers to understand the problem and show at that the possible effect of the various policy scenarios. What an advisor does is to provide you framework, options, based on good, smart, and best practices, knowledge in the literature. But there must be significant, experiential experience to connect the ideas to praxis and, previous. So what a professional policy expert does is, you can go along this track. Malaysia did, Latin America did, this one did, but these are the likely consequences. So we will try to create a scenario and try to explain the trajectory. So if you do not have sufficient policy intelligence to be able to determine the mix or the track that will work, then you have no business saying policy researchers or scholars or professionals have misled you. Of course, there are situations where a policy scholar could be asked to come and lead the policy process. The second is political. They can, however, not determine. So the policy scholars cannot determine the best choice, because these best choices depend on many other factors that researchers cannot control. In this case, researchers' input are the insights and perspective they offer. This input provides basis for reflection by policy advisors to avoid irrational policy making. In the extreme case, governments sometimes use commission researchers as delaying tactics, simply to create the impression of deep commitment to issues of public concern, ostensibly to divert attention from the reality of the situation. In the research community, therefore, and I'm saying this concerning those that are genuine policy researchers, given the anti-intellectualism in the African policy space, a researcher who invests too much of his energy on policy research to impact government policy making risk low performance in terms of academic research and less recognition and sometimes suspicion from the community of researchers, because they know that it's almost like modeling through in government. The parameters are different. So it's only the insight that you bring. But if all you do is recycle idea, this is what we did in Nigeria, this is how we do it, we know that in 5 years when we call you back, you will still be repeating the same thing. So we don't take such scholars as serious people. Conversely, policymakers who rely heavily on research evidence risk endangering their political support base, because most the public in Africa are driven by one of the contributions of Nigeria to political science theory by stomach infrastructure. They are more interested in the belly. They are not interested in structural and sustainable development. They are interested in more of the thing that can. So when a politician cannot balance what is of value to the people with what is of legacy and long-term development, you will never last in government. Because you need the people to vote. And what the people are saying is, we are hungry. We don't care about your state-of-the-art infrastructure. The important thing is, I don't have money in my account. So you need to balance the two. So, but scholars have become a little multidisciplinary to be able to also look at the poverty indices in order to factor as variable, in the analysis. But you can only go as far. The politicians must also wear their cap, the political cap. There's also the issue of conflicting time frame. Why governments need quick evaluations of policies that they want to implement? Because they have only 4 years. A useful research is long term. It takes almost like a longitudinal study, meaning looking in time series. The government does not have that kind of luxury. So a lot of what research that government need are microwave research, quick one. What can I do? See, can we just do, a parallel study to determine what the effect? We say, I don't have time for that. The next year, I'm going for election. So there is that short, long timeline that conflicts between researchers and if research must therefore influence policy, then it must precede it. It must have been happening. And that's why research community must be able to set their own research agenda with a prospective sense. That is almost like, strategic anticipation. Even if during implementation assessment to strengthen contingency planning. This bi-directional flow of research ensures that research community undertake research that is relevant and that responds to the actual need of government. As Hans and Sprinkler, 1998, pointed out, applied research can reduce uncertainty in policy design and implementation. When policymakers want to launch a program or a policy, they need to assess the risk and the opportunities associated with the measures proposed. This being the value of public policy evaluation, especially prospective investigation. So what are some of the missing pieces? If we put a figure to global contribution to policy research spend, Africa contribution will be almost less than 1%. If this claim is an irreducible fact, then it is clear why Africans cannot design their development agenda on their own terms. And therefore, their dependence on external agencies and embedded constitutionality in calibrating the nuts and bolts of policy making and implementation. A clear evidence is the unarguable fact that a significant proportion of usable statistics in most Africa that are generated in most African countries are funded by foreign development agencies, chiefly the World Bank, IMF, UN, and bilateral agencies and international foundations. The sadder part is that the continent still focuses more on hardware, how many roads are built, schools are built, as an index of national growth and development, to the utter disregard for intangible assets. The intangible in this case speaks to countries' human capital and the quality and strength of institutions, the quality of education, the rule of law. They put less value on social capital of communities, efficient judicial system, property rights, timely and reliable statistics, reform public service, research and innovation, freedom of information, data security and privacy, social media governance, intellectual property rights, patent and copyright. These are issues. If you Google contribution to the growth of internet, you hardly see any African scholar who has contributed. And I'm saying this with authority. So we are entering into another level of colonialism because the internet, the AI, is being structured by the North, and we are only going to be logging and be moving, along the line with them. We consequently, indeed, the World Bank has reported variously over time that 80% of the wealth of rich countries and less than 40% of poor countries are constituted by intangible assets. Therefore, the fundamental questions: why would an equally talented African professional and expert in the US or Germany be 5 times more productive than his counterparts who choose to remain in his home country in Africa? Why is it that an African, when you move to Germany, you are 5 times more productive than when you are in your country? Why? The answer is straightforward. Once an African professional walked into the US and Germany, she immediately steps into a capacity contest provided by intangible per capita wealth worth over $500,000 per person. But the expert that stays in Africa will have to contend with a pottery of 2,748 per capita investment in intangible assets. The tragedy is that African countries do not just run on low per capita wealth. Their political system and institution, Allah, Acemoglu, and Robinson, are complicit in systematically undermining the carrying capacity of national intangible assets. This is why brain drain is almost irreversible. This whole dynamics explain the hemorrhaging of African best and brightest professional experts and scholars away from the aridity of African context into the plenitude of Western society and the existential margins of global economy. The very best are serving as clerks, to others in other countries, but they are productive, they are more fulfilled. Who would not want to be able to access an intangible capital that will make his competence worthwhile? So in terms of prognosis and next steps, and in concluding, in our VUCA new world, it is abundantly clear that policy-engaged research is at a crossroad in Africa. Research centers in Africa states are increasingly torn between their original calling to conduct research and publish. An average scholar in Africa, when I return to the university, is shocking. Nobody is interested in contributing to development. You are more writing for promotion. And you can afford not to publish again when you become professor, which is the time actually that in the other world you are more patronized and you have occasion to publish easily because you are really contributing to practice. Indeed, policy research work that are not related and those of local experts generally dominated by teams and topics of concern that interest external partners and major funders of public research. All these have significantly altered the social contract between research centers, policy researchers, and policymakers in Africa. Going forward and concluding, the extent that we go in strengthening research institutions and the think tank in Africa will depend on their capacity to mobilize resources, which would hardly come from government budgets. But even when they mobilize from external partner, private sector and civil society, they should be able to do it without losing their autonomy in formulating their research programs and determine what is effective, research for them. Then the level of research finding uptake is palpable. I mean, over my years, I see a lot of reports. In fact, I read a lot of what people write, but I've attempted many years to study how many of them are used. They all end up as PowerPoint presentations, and it's only people like us that are still interested in public that benefit from them. So each time you bring it to government, they say, everything that looks complex and analytic to people in government in Africa is theoretical. And so we keep running policy with common sense. In a world where people are investing their very best. I don't know whether you have read the Singapore story by Lin Kuan Yew. He went as far in developing human capital. He started pairing children from kindergarten. When they get to secondary school, they go for the same holiday, organized by government. What were they trying to experiment? They want the A student to get married to the A's so that they can produce geniuses. And it worked for them. It's one of the secrets. They deliberately trap any researcher of substance is supported by government of Singapore. You may say it's a very small country, but it's almost similar in the entire Asian tiger. So the extent to which researchers, research institutes, and think tanks are able to disseminate their research output and think pieces with a view to creating significant impact on the decision-making processes government will be very critical. On the other hand, researchers argue that even when they provide the government and the public service with documented think pieces, research reports, and policy briefs, these are often simply kept in drawers, shelf, and PowerPoint slide to gather dust. The last point I like to make is to say that what I left with the leading think tank in Nigeria, the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, they need now to do what Brooklyn and others are doing. You need to move from just think tanking to also mix it with some do tank. That's to say, and that's what late Professor Galadima said when he convinced me to join NIPS faculty. Why? Because he felt NIPS think tanks need more of scholar practitioners than mainstream, scholars. So we need to grow a lot of, professor of practice, people who are simply solid. And there are universities like the Pan-African University in Nigeria, Lagos Business University, they're doing incredibly well in that area. They draw on the retired managing directors of companies that are really research-oriented and are strong to be the core of their faculty, while the mainstream scholars provide the framework. Let me end it here. Thank you.
A round of applause for Professor. Ability to present a very delicate topic, the researcher-practitioner divide. There is a direct relationship between the Korean Development Institute, Brooklyn Institute, and South Korea's ability to transform within one generation from a developing to a developed country. I visited Korea Development Institute, and there's a very clear role of research. And I think as we go forward, we need not to have that divide of academic practitioner. Fusing them as they practice is, I would at this moment want to bring in the panelists. I will give the panelists 5 minutes each, and then we will have a plenary. The first one, not in any order, is John Kennedy Monyoncho Maina. J.K. Monyoncho is an accomplished statistician, economist, research, personal finance, training, project management professional with a wealth of experience gained from both public and private sector. He has had a distinguished public service career spanning over 38 years, 2 years of which were at the National Securities Exchange. This experience pinnacled at the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, having been nominated by the Defense Council as a member of the commission. He was the chair of the Wage Bill Conference, covering research and monitoring department, productivity and performance department, and the collective bargaining negotiation department. He has worked at the National Bureau of Statistics from the lowest level of a statistical officer to a senior level of a principal economist statistician in charge of microeconomic statistics before moving to the Nairobi Securities Exchange. He has been instrumental in the preparation and development of Kenya government policy documents, such as the Kenya Vision 2030, Economic Recovery Strategy for Employment and Wealth Creation, and the annual economic surveys, Population and Housing Census, and the Kenya Integrated Budget Survey reports. He was part of the change team that transformed the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics from a government department to a state corporation. His accolades include distinguished accomplishment in the public service, earning him honors of Moran of the Burning Spear. Let's welcome on stage Kennedy Monyoncho. I will invite Dr. Joseph Mwita Ndungu, a seasoned public administrator and an international relations expert with over 15 years of experience in governance, research, policy development, and advisory services for government and international organizations. He is recognized for leading strategic initiatives in governance reforms, capacity building, and fostering innovation. Joseph is currently serving as the Acting Deputy Director for Research, Consultancy, and Advisory Services at the Kenya School of Government, which has a proven track record in developing and implementing impactful research and consultancy programs. Adept at leading teams, building cross-functional partnerships, and providing high-level strategic advice to government agencies and international institutions. Welcome on stage, Dr. Joseph Mwita Ndungu. Lastly, but not the least, is Professor Fred Jonyo, who lectures at the Department of Political Science and Public Administration at the University of Nairobi. He is the immediate chair of the department, having served for 2 terms, totaling 6 years. Professor Jonyo holds a bachelor's degree in political science from the University of Nairobi, a master's degree in international relations from the Graduate School of International Relations, International University of Japan, Nikita, Japan, and a PhD in political science and public administration from Makerere University, Uganda. He specializes in political economy, public policy, international relations, trade and investments, policy, security studies, and regional studies. He has served under government appointment as a council member, Kenya School of Government, from 2015 to 2018, chair Audit and Risk Management Subcommittee of the Council of Kenya School of Government. He is an external examiner for Maseno University, Multimedia University, and University of Botswana. He has consulted for National Assembly, Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training, National Counter-Terrorism Center, Defense Staff College, National Defense College, National Intelligence College, Conrad Adra Steinfag Kenya Office, Frederick Ebert Steinfag Kenya Office, and UNDP Kenya and EU, among others. We are therefore having a combination of scholars, practitioners, one really ready to take us through what are the intricacies of the policy terrain in the public sector. Professor Fred Jonyo, welcome on stage. I will invite them in the order that I call them to give their 5 minutes view on this researcher, academic, policy research, and its role. I know in government, a typical bureaucrat is not so interested in policy research. They are interested in solutions. But how do we infuse this policy research and evidence-based decision-making into public service management? Kennedy.
All protocols observed. Good morning, everyone. Well, thank you very much. We'll take my 5 minutes, first of all, to appreciate Professor Tunji's presentation. As I went through it, I found that he has generally captured the positions that we have as governments and the challenges that we seem to be undergoing. And for sure, there is a saying that while I was working at the Bureau of Statistics and while engaging a lot with the World Bank in terms of capacity building in the national statistical systems, one saying that I came across was, give me bad data and I'll give you good estimates. I think that's mainly where we seem to have gotten stuck. We don't have that information. Decisions are being made by data that doesn't exist. But it does not mean that that data is not available, neither can it be collected. From a statistical standpoint, we have what we call as data producers, we have data suppliers, and we have got data users. Now, if these 3 categories do not know their responsibility, it's very possible that the users will not be using proper data that has been produced. Those who generate have no problem with generating statistics, especially when we use it for research. All of us and all of our institutions generate statistics. We generate information which needs to be converted into data, which then the producers or the people who are actually generating that information is available for users. But short of that, we end up not even using the information that exists. One, because we are not very sure it is dependable, because the issues of efficiency, issues of clean data, issues of accurate data are very key when coming up with policy decisions. It's very difficult to set up a policy direction, probably for education or for health, for example, if the kind of information that we have is not sufficient and is not reliable as we speak. I do agree that one of the challenges we seem to have is we are not very patient when it comes to data or research information. Many of our institutions, I believe, have what we call research departments. I headed one about a few years ago, and all we did was basically desktop research, just desktop research, find out who has done what and see how we can be able to use it for the institution. That was not very useful. But the challenge, as Professor has said, is time. Do we have that time to sit and think through and be able to ask ourselves, we have this question, how do we answer this question? How long will it take for us to be able to respond to the question that is being raised and to be responded to as an institution without looking at the timeline? Which brings me to a place where we are saying, do we really have the long-term thought for our nation? 2002, I was involved in developing the last development plan just before we moved into the economic recovery strategy policy document and the Vision 2030. It was a 5-year document from the time of independence. Every 5 years we have a development plan. But every time we review the development plan, we realize there isn't much that we have achieved. What was the reason? Sufficient information, sufficient data, even to monitor, to be able to help us where we need to go to. That having been spoken and said, I look at areas where probably we have great opportunities as institutions, and especially as public service institutions that are employers. I'll mention maybe 3 or 4. I know we have especially in Kenya, from my experience, there's something called manpower planning surveys. This is information collected or research data collected for many, it can be used for many things. For example, succession planning. Where are we going in the next 5, 10 years? What kind of people do we need in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years? Of course, in our country right now, succession planning is a bit dicey. People are exiting, but not too many are coming on board. And therefore, the issue of succession planning is an issue. But why is it an issue? Probably, in my thinking, we don't have the right information to help us make those decisions. Personally, I think we cannot let our economy run on inertia. We need to have concrete information that we can use to be able to defend the request for funding to be able to run institutions. Number 2 is data. We depend a lot on ILO and especially on productivity information or research data. Isn't that data that we have ourselves as administration data? I think we do. Government generally, from a macroeconomic perspective, is monitored from how much you have spent. It is your GDP is equal to what you've spent. And that's not a very good way of measuring productivity. But you see, individuals who we have in our different institutions, there is a high possibility that we can be able to monitor productivity. Why? Because we're talking about efficiency. How can we determine what we need to pay? How can we determine how we need to facilitate? How can we determine who do we reward so that in terms of contribution, there is going to be a contribution that is confident from that individual concerning their employment and concerning what they bring on the table. Without that information, it's very difficult to do so. A few years ago, or just last year, we were talking about mining of exit data. We say that our governments are the best. They attract, they retain high level, but we are not very careful about exit data, mining exit data from our institutions. Where are our officers going and what are they doing? That's an opportunity that we can be able to access for our own governments. And of course, finally, from the government perspective, we've always had a discussion around 30% technical staff versus 70% non-technical. Now, the question is, where is that data from, and why do we feel that we must actually have a higher percentage of technical staff than non-technical staff? We know that survey could have been done somewhere, but what is the information that can help us to reinforce it? Because it's only in reinforcing that we can go ahead and say, yes, that can actually be converted and it can be actually translated into a higher output for any nation. And of course, my final point is just to encourage us that in our own institutions, we have our research department, we have a lot of administrative data that can be churned out, that can be analyzed, and that can be able to support our commissions to make better decisions in terms of employees and our employers in our governments. Thank you very much.
President, commissioners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, allow me to once again thank Professor Tuji for your presentation, wonderful presentation. I think it captures what we all face in our different organizations. So thank you for highlighting the challenges and the pathways. And now, given the prognosis that the good professor has given us, what is the way forward? As a practitioner, as a researcher, one of the many instances where I have been to policymakers and make a presentation is I've always been told, don't be too technical. Give me the information that I need. Sometimes us as researchers, we tend to be very technical. We tend to give a lot of statistics. And that is where the disconnect between the implementation and the research part begins. Because when we are too technical, as Professor has said, we produce policy documents that are complex, that have a lot of statistics. For the political class, for example, implementation, they don't want that. If it takes a long period of time for us to generate research, then there's a problem. So there's a need for agility in research. There's a need for action-oriented research. The traditional way of doing research is the long, laborious process of doing research. But we need to move to newer methods of doing research that are quick, that provide quick solutions so that they can be utilized. Having said that, there are a couple of challenges that have been highlighted, and we need to begin by asking ourselves a couple of questions. Africa is not short of having many institutions doing research. Think tanks in a country like Kenya, for example, we have very many research institutions, but there is a disconnect between those different research institutions, even within government, where there is research institutions, think tanks that are operating in silos. So moving forward, one of the most important things is, first of all, to strengthen interinstitutional collaboration in research. We need to leverage on technology. We need to have joint partnerships. We need to share resources, because resource mobilization is one of the biggest challenges, so that we can be able to have that cross-collaboration and have a wider impact. Then there is the issue of enhancing research outputs. As I have mentioned, sometimes when we do our research outputs, it's very technical and it's not consumable. So we need to, as think tanks, as practitioners, look at the issue of the quantity and the quality of research that we produce. If you go to any research institution in this country, we have a lot of quantity, we have a lot of quality. But how do we then synthesize that quantity and quality to the actionable outcomes that are required in government? So there is a need for us to rethink and move from the traditional scholarship approach to research to the more acceptable, especially in government, where we have action research. This research needs to be quick, it needs to be actionable, and it needs to be useful to the consumers. On the issue of aligning research to national development, this is a major, major problem. I'm happy that Professor talked about Singapore. And in Kenya, we've had the privilege, for example, when we look at our national development plan, if you look at Kenya Vision 2030, when Joyce Nyamoya, Professor Peter Anyang'o, Mwai Kibaki, all of them just maybe by luck were scholars, but they moved beyond just the technical aspect of research, and they tied it with national development. And we as Africans need to look at how do we tie and align the research that we are doing to national development. How does our research, as our good professor said, converge with the stomachs of the citizens? So there's a lot that needs to be done on that, and we can have a discussion on that. Mobilizing of resources. How do we optimize funding? There's a need for government agencies, there's a need for public service commissions to advocate for more budgetary allocations towards research. I think Professor talked about the issue of the US dollar per capita which we spend in research. In Africa, we live in a hyper-globalized world that is becoming smaller and smaller. What does that mean? It means that we can no longer lag behind the rest of the world in terms of research and development. That means that there is need for more allocation in terms of budget for research, so that then this research will be able to drive the national development that we are talking about. Then there's this issue of collaborative platforms. I've already mentioned that. Establishing a framework for monitoring and evaluation. There is no point of us having a lot of research, investing in research, doing the research, implementing the research with zero impact. So there needs to be, we need to create some sort of a framework where we are able to then look at the impact of the research that we are doing. So there, I want to talk about just briefly what we are currently doing at Kenya School of Government. In recognition of this, and I'm happy that the government has recognized that research plays an important role. In Kenya, primarily research has been driven by KIPRA, which is one of our research institutions. But there was a recognition under Kenya Vision 2030 that the research that KIPRA produces is primarily statistical. And sometimes when we use quantitative research does not answer the deeper questions that the society needs answered. And therefore, there was a need to augment what KIPRA produces in terms of quantitative research by then giving the Kenya School of Government the mandate as one of its core mandates to be involved in research. And primarily to augment what the good research institutions have been doing in terms of quantitative with a qualitative approach that will be able to answer the key issues that we are faced. So Kenya School of Government, currently we're in the process of rebuilding our function as a research institution. We are very well known for capacity building, and by the way, when our professor talked about the issue of capacity building, one of the things that we do at Kenya School of Government is ensure that in all our programs, at senior level, at the strategic level, that there is a serious research component in the programs. Research methodology, position paper writing, policy briefs, just to give our public servants an appreciation that they as decision makers would need to consume research. And if they are going to consume research to make good decisions, then there is a need for them to understand and appreciate the research process. So we do a lot of action-oriented research. We take them through basic research methods. We train them on how to do policy briefs, on how to do position papers, so as to enable them to use research in their decision making. Now, as part of the efforts to rebuild this research capacity in the public service, of course, with the auspices of and support of the Public Service Commission, there are a couple of things that we have been doing. One is development of research capital in human resource in the public service. It is something that we are serious about. We have various programs. All mandatory programs have a research component to them. We also offer training on policy. One of the things that was said here is there's a need to recognize that the policy-making process is not linear, that there's a policy cycle. And in that policy cycle, at every step of that policy cycle, from formulation to implementation, research plays a critical role. So therefore, research is not just at the inception. It is throughout the whole policy cycle. Then there is a need to, what we are doing, there is a need to align research to the policy needs. We are in constant engagement with government, and I'm happy that one of the things that recently with the head of public service, the head of public services, we have been looking at is how to bring on board the different research institutions in this country and have a platform where we can engage and partner with one another so that we're not operating in silos. If you look at, for example, the agricultural sector in this country, you will find that there is research that is being done by the various research institutes. Sometimes there is money expended on the same issues. And then when it comes to implementation, we have challenges of implementation because all this research is out there, but nobody is disseminating the research. So there needs to be an alignment with policy needs. We need to enhance funding and partnerships amongst various institutions. We need to promote knowledge dissemination. One of the things that we are currently advocating for in terms of research institutions in Kenya is, first of all, leveraging on technology. Thinking about creating a portal where the various actors from universities, the various think tanks, institutions of government can come together in one portal, disseminate their information there, engage in partnerships in that portal, where there is quick access for government officers in terms of any research. If you are doing a research on coffee, on agriculture, on national security, there's a platform there where Nairobi University has been doing some work on national security. Kenya School of Government has been doing some work on national security. Government officers can go and digest that information from one portal without having to go and look for it. Then finally, like I mentioned, there's the issue of M&E. There is a serious need for us to track performance. Research without impact is useless. We need to have research that is impactful, that helps us make the right decision. We're in an era of not only evidence-based policy making, but evidence-based decision making. And research is the key to that evidence-based policy making and evidence-based decision making. Allow me to the end there. I look forward to discussion further on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is normally very difficult to be the last to speak when very able capacity has been demonstrated. But allow me just to share my thoughts. I will not repeat what they have mentioned. One time I was invited to give a talk to an assembly like this, and I was introduced as coming from the University of Nairobi. And the audience just said, oh my God, theory again, theory. It's not theory. Theory actually gives us the raw materials on which, as practitioners, we work on. I think Professor Tunji has spoken very well. What is important, ladies and gentlemen, is that when we are looking for evidence, whose evidence are we looking at? Because I think at some point these are terms that we throw around, but we don't really peg them. Whose evidence? Are we looking for evidence to allow us write papers that give us more grants? Or is it evidence that socially transforms the life of citizens? Secondly, how do we build the capacity? A few years ago, I went to the Ru area, and my late grandmother, Marcella, rest in peace, Marcella told me that, my son, I hear rumors that Kenya is tired of itself. So I asked Marcella, what do you mean? That Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo wants to come together and Kenya wants to get lost. I told Marcella that no, Kenya is not getting lost. We are building a regional economic bloc which will have bigger markets. Marcella used to organize bananas. She would put raw bananas in a pot, and after a week or two, the bananas will be ready. And Marcella was a celebrity in the region. Our market is 100 meters. But Marcella's bananas would be sold on the way before she reaches the market. But Marcella had to reach the market without bananas to socialize. So she asked me, Fred, I have bananas that I sell on the way before I reach the market. Where will I get bananas to sell in Uganda? What was Marcella telling me? Capacity building. Do we develop policy through research that the people whose lives we want to transform can consume? Or is it the actors who understand the language of policy? So we need to be sensitive to ensure that the policy consumer understands policy. I think that's a big disconnect. And then the other issue, the language. Policy language is so sophisticated, right? We talk about nexus, mainstreaming, carbon credit. In your mother tongue, what is carbon credit? And we expect people to understand them. So I think it's important, as has been mentioned here, that we speak the language that the consumer understands and that the consumer can connect. Just like music. When music is playing, there's a way in which your body responds. If it is slow, you are slow. If it is fast, you are fast. And there are some pieces of music that require a physical partner. You need to know the geography of the legs so that you don't step on their legs. But if you don't have a physical human being, you can embrace the air in anticipation. How do we anticipate policy? We have various tones, alto, soprano, but they don't sing at the same time. There are some that are elevated, some are lowered. Prioritization of policy. What do we give priority? Because we are operating in an environment in which the resource envelope is very scarce. We are dealing with serious social inequalities. So how do we conduct research that speaks to the reality of scarcity of resources? Because at some point I've seen huge research that is done, but there's no resources to fund them. So they go to the shelves that in future. Some are good policies, but in an environment of inequality. And professors mentioned that at some point people are tired of these policies. What they want is the stomach politics. How do we design policy to speak to what the people require? And that brings me to another point that is also very important, that we also need not to react. A lot of times our policy is crisis-driven, and I think has been mentioned. We react. Is there a way in which we can inculcate a sense of policy through research as a value? That it is what we do before we arrive at certain decisions. Because when we react to crisis, that is not a good platform on which to develop policy. Let it be part of us. Most of you have traveled. In some countries, when you travel, if the light turns red, even a pedestrian stops. But in some countries, they only stop when there's a police officer. If you want to know the attitude of the people, there are two things that you need to know. In a village where there are so many bumps on the road, each time you go there are bumps, is an indication of indiscipline. In towns where there's people hooting, putting is a result of disorder. So can we have a value system? I stayed in Japan for a very long time. Before I left this country to go to Japan, I was told that Japanese development is based on a miracle. I did not see any miracle in Japan. What I saw was value addition and diversification. How do you add value to your programs? How do you diversify options to individuals? There are days that if you are driving a vehicle, the steering wheel of the vehicle was like a cement. The steering wheel was so heavy. Today is power steering. You joke with the machine, it moves. There were days you change gear on the road and your legs are shaking. Today you put auto and you molest geography. Value addition. In conclusion, we need research that speaks to the needs of the people, not to overcome challenges, but to be a system of value. We need a mechanism where we receive feedback on which forms the basis of adding value to policy. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy that you listened to me.
Research, very, very important. The biggest challenge in the public service is that we only like global. And we take, retirement age is 60. But should everybody retire in the public service at 60? Should we retire a neurosurgeon at 60? Should we? Because we have pegged the retirement age of a neurosurgeon and a messenger in the office. We are so global in our, can we do research to desegregate that? And the commission had been meeting several times without really coming to any decision. So when I got this list, I decided to desegregate and know who are these staff whom they are calling deemed seconded. I analyzed each by cadre. I realized that 90% of these staff whom we had been meeting to discuss how to deal with them, 90 were retiring in the next 1 year. So I asked, is there a need to really meet and can't you just let them retire? The other 0.1% were nurses who we need, and the other lot were doctors. When I broke down this, then this Council of Governors said, our problem is solved. But we were looking at that data in global. Public servants are aging. Public servants are what? Oh, the retirement age is 60. In the process, we lose because we treat both who should retire at 60. A messenger who has been running up and down for the last 40 years should actually retire. But a neurosurgeon, should they retire? Research is very important in decision making. I'm going to give opportunity for feedback and then allow the panelists to give their closing remarks. Any taking? Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can we start from that end?
Thank you so much. I am Mohammed from Kenya, and having listened to Professor very keenly, I appreciate the presentation. It was very loaded and very useful. And my question to him is, he painted a grim picture to contribution of Africa as a region to policy research globally. You said our contribution is insignificant, if I heard you well. Then you said that an African researcher in the US is more productive, in Germany is more productive than a researcher in Africa. Why is this so? How do we turn around this to make our contribution as a continent more impactful to global research? Because we have the brains. What are we lacking? That's one. Number two, what can we do as Africa to make our government to appreciate the role of research in policy development? I mean, the issues of funding, and you say it is driven by, external factors and all this. What can we do as Africa to make governments appreciate the value of policy research? Then my final question is to our own panelist from Kenya. From Kenya. What is, there's this still called M-Pesa. You know M-Pesa, the mobile money, I have it. What was our contribution? Was there any contribution from Kenyan researchers to the mobile money, which is a milestone? Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was a hand at the back there.
Hand at the back. Prof.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mandla, from PSC South Africa. The presentation, Professor, is an excellent one because I think we need to accept that within the continent, the shortcoming that you've identified is in fact real. You know, where you find that the investments in research, I mean, you go across the board on the continent, is fairly minimal. It's minimal because our thinking is not driven by the needs. Our thinking is always driven by those extraneous factors. I guess it has to do largely with that we get locked up in that kind of a thinking that seems to be pushed by others other than ourselves. So what I'm simply saying here is that you find that even the manner in which we conduct ourselves, when we are conversing, you know, to run these governments, we actually become conscious of the reality on the ground because we engage with the people on the ground as such. But the funny thing happens that immediately thereafter, it appears like the very same people no longer exist, and we operate in a vacuum. That is why you find that the manner in which then we understand policy and the manner in which we interact with policymakers, you know, in the form of yourselves, is such that we tend to have this attitude that says that this seems to be a waste of time, without realizing how do you draw the connections between that and the reality that obtains within the environment where you are. So that's a major weakness. And unless we begin to say to ourselves that let's look at the investments that we're making in the context of reality. So reality can only be spelled out by ourselves. That's why when we say policy making, it's policy making because it is involving those that are supposed to be beneficiaries of policy. Policy is not supposed to be benefiting me because I happen to be a policy maker, but policy is supposed to be benefiting those that I'm serving. So that's a major distinction. So that is why we need to really become realistic on these matters. But secondly, when we hear this noise that policy and policy development is expensive, we miss the point that failure to do policy and policy development is actually most costly. That's why we are sitting at the situation where we find ourselves in, because we are always short-termly in a manner in which we approach what we are doing. So what we are thinking about is, how do I solve the problem that confronts me now? Instead of looking at what value do I derive out of what I do. It can only be done if we are looking in a long-term fashion. So that is why those who have made a success on policy are the ones who've always looked at that development in that context, where they say, if I walk from here to there, this is how long it's going to take. It must not be determined by other people. So if it's going to take that long, what investment do I put in place? And after making that investment, how do I then evaluate whether I extract any value out of the investment that I've made? So similarly, what you do then in that process is that it is your own that do that, not external people, because they are not going to have the kind of interest that you have. So that is why this disjuncture about where the resources come from will always put us at odds with what we're supposed to be achieving. So until such time that we help those who are providing resources to say, when we do this budgeting, it must be very clear in our minds that it is the source of knowledge that will inform what we want to do that must receive the biggest cake. Because if we do that in a deliberate fashion and with that long-term kind of trajectory, we stand a better chance of succeeding. That's really what I want to contribute in the discussion, because I think the manner in which the professor has presented and the discussants have come in has really put this thing in the right kind of position for us to go back and think about this. We do these policies, but what do we do after the research has been conducted? It does gather dust. We must be honest about that. So what do we then do if we don't want that to happen? So that's really what we need to do at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Did I see a hand behind there before I come front? The last one. Introduce yourself and then go to a question.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Mary Kimari from the Ombudsman Kenya. Now, the first thing after the presentation that I had to say was that was a splendid presentation. In most cases, I multitask as I'm sitting in conferences, but for this specific one, I actually listened keenly. Now, there's this importance, I noted the importance of research, which cannot be gainsaid, hence the need to find a middle ground with appreciation of a common vision for our shared benefit. Perhaps where I was coming from is from the question of whether the academics and the technocrats have actually gotten a common ground to now work together for the benefit of the nation and not to have either one of them feel more important on that table. There's a need to clarify sustainable realization of government goals to help impress the interchangeable use of either the longitudinal or what Professor Tunju brought out, the new Baptist word, the microwave approach. After all, we noticed that in Africa, the period of drying out skin is different from the period that you use to dry either cotton or sisal. So we have to be very careful as we talk about the action-based policies, the ones that we want to come up with very fast. Dr. Ndongo, with all respect, I understand that yes, the government would want to actually come up with policies very fast, but we also have to think about what kind of policy we are talking about and what is the end game of that specific policy. There's that innate need to be recognized, to be a major contributor in any specific pool. It is dominant in any human. So we have to also think through the position that have not had been discussed of brokers. This is Africa. There's this middleman who is always there, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in policies. There's always somebody who knows what kind of a policy is supposed to be coming up, and it is not the expert. So they're the middle people. So they'll get the academic and they'll manage to sell it to the technocrat in government. Where else they are very important because they have the information, they know what is required and when it is required. Is it an area that we need to close or is it an area that we need to discipline in a way so that it doesn't erode the gains that we may have in that specific direction? Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, oh, there is one here. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and more thanks to Professor Tunji for such an illuminating presentation. If we are serious, we would be saying we propose that he go and present this in the Aapscoms conference. Because in essence, Aapscoms, it's where academics and practitioners will be meeting. It's where real dialogue between practice and research must be given meaning. The second point I want to make, after almost 30 years of being in the academia and public service, we must define in the clearest possible forms what's the relationship between the think tanks, policy institutes, research institutes or councils, universities, and national statistician offices. Because those ought to be talking to each other. But at times, some will account to the funder. because the priorities of the funder are something else than the national priorities. But the third point I want to make, us as public service commissions or commissions of different permutations here, do we have the research capacity internally or government departments? Because if you do not know what you will request from a researcher or research institution, it's more like having money going to the shop. When you are at the shop, you ask the owner of the shop, what would you like to give me? Because I have no idea. So developing that internal research capacity becomes very important. Within the universities, have we made a distinction between career academics who will write and publish anything that comes as long as there is money? It has no impact, it has no direction. They want to get promotion in the next Senate meeting, or they want to get extra cash for having published X number of it. They have no consciousness into the National Development Program. And these are different from your engaged activist researchers. But lastly, I want to say something we have not mentioned though. In my other life, we started in 2016 scenario entity in South Africa. Are we engaged enough in the VUCA context in future studies or strategic foresight, given these many changes in such a short space of time? Because you might be solving problem of yesterday without knowing the problem of tomorrow. Do we have scenario planners? Do we have policy modelers? Do we have forecasters? Do we have people who meaningfully can layer their data to geography, like your geographical information systems, for tracking service delivery? So those are some of the things that I think perhaps we need to delve deeper into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Asteria Nzike from Lesotho. I won't stand up because of a knee problem.
No worries, no worries. Please
okay. Mine is not a question per se, but it's just an input into the beautiful articulated paper the professor has uttered to us. Yes, using data and evidence to inform decision-making process is critical to ensure that policies, programs, and practices are effective and are as effective as possible. Therefore, we have to embrace the evidence-based discussion and evidence-based decision-making. I like the story of, is it Masala? That was a story of Masala. That of capacity building. I'm really intrigued by that story. Selling on the way before getting to the market. I think we have to learn something from that. Now, I think it is now time as Africans to emancipate Africa from the battered African image that is given to Africa. And we have to emancipate ourselves from the Western conditioning if you want to define issues in the research and policy linkages in the country level. It must be people-oriented, the research. It must be relevant to the people's needs and aspiration, not that anybody and everybody does research just for the purpose of getting recognized or money like South Africa have just said. I'm just making an input, not a question per se. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we come to the end of this discussion, I think a number of things that we must take care of is the basis of the research. Longitudinal versus cross-sectional research. How do we apply data to our context? What do we need for decision making? All those, what the researcher writes and what the practitioner implements, how do they read those papers? Are they prescriptions or are they descriptions? It has been a wonderful time facilitating this. I would like to ask the panelists to give their closing remarks. I'll give them 2 minutes each, then we shall end by the paper presenter to give his closing remarks. After that, I will hand over to the program directors of the day. I will begin by Professor. The last shall be first in this kingdom.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think mine is just to connect with what you were saying, that we have no option as far as research is concerned. But what becomes critical is that we need also to build capacity to undertake research. The minute you want to do research and you have no capacity, somebody else will fund your research, but in whose interests will that research be speaking to? So I think it's important that we work together, and I think as CEOs, commissioners who are here, we also need to begin thinking about regional policy direction, because we are getting very closely connected in terms of markets, and policies are also very critical. So we need also to think outside our country-specific policies to embrace regional opportunities for our people. I think that's what I would comment on.
Thank you. Before I give my final remarks, I just want to address one issue about relevance with regards to funding. Government will always fund something that is relevant, that is solving problems. So from a researcher perspective, as researchers, we need to make ourselves relevant by providing the right kind of research that can move government forward. So in terms of us advocating for more funding, there is more funding that is required, but there is a need also for research institutions to be relevant and to give government what it needs, so that we don't have to go and ask for that money. They know that you're important, you're solving problems, we will allocate you funds. Having said that, African Public Service Commissions operate in an environment that is, or that requires efficiency and effectiveness in public service delivery. The African population has high expectations. Those high expectations are 21st century expectations that cut across the globe. A public service commission in Africa is expected to deliver the same way a public service commission in Australia or somewhere else is meant to deliver in terms of efficiency and effectiveness. This environment is a very dynamic environment, consistently changing with these expectations, with challenges. Research is an important tool that can help us address the issues of efficiency and effectiveness, that can help us deal with the challenges that we face in the public service generally. And therefore, I would urge you to not look at research as one of those, by the way, small departmental. We have said that in the policy cycle process, research is at all levels. Let's have research at all levels. Sometimes when you look at, for example, statistics that are given, those statistics paint a picture. Maybe, for example, if we give the example of public service, sometimes we do research and we give statistics. Those statistics, for example, and I'll use the example of Kenya, for example, in order to ensure national inclusion, we usually give statistics that give us the numbers of officers serving in the public service by percentage. And they do a wonderful job. But that does not answer the deeper issues. If a certain community, for example, the research is telling us that they are 1% in the public service, so what? What is the next step? How then do we integrate the data that we have to solving that problem of integration? Programs that can, for example, uplift communities that are underrepresented in our various public services can only be born out of going beyond the statistics and going into the deeper issues that may be qualitative research. So just to emphasize is that research is critical in the 21st century. Public administration, public governance, we can't run away from research. Let's put more effort in it, and I would urge that we also advocate for more funding, even as the research side makes itself more relevant. Thank
you. Did Kenya make contribution to the M-Pesa global, the kind of innovation we have? Of course we did. I think my understanding was in terms of how much of that have we done that actually is affecting the global perspective, and maybe Professor will have to then give us that 1%, because he said the contribution of Africa is probably about 1% or less. But definitely that's an output. It's an output that meets the needs of the user, and therefore definitely is actually addressing a certain question that probably many people are asking. Because research, ideally, or fundamentally, is answering questions that we must have information to help us to answer those questions. Just a quick comment here is, first of all, having worked with the many national statistical systems, is that sometimes the national statistical systems don't seem to have internal capacity to be able to do what they need to do, and they end up now going to development partners seeking for funding, and many times when they seek for funding, the development partners also come with their own conditions. The fact that the Kenya National Statistical System moved from a government department, it was simply to ensure that they're able to access additional resource to be able to conduct or collect the kind of statistics that are required for research, as it were. So for us, for me, is to just let us know that we have a lot of data. We may not need to spend too much money outside there collecting the information that you can analyze to be able to answer certain issues in your department. I think it's just a marginal cost that you can do that in your different commissions. You can use the research departments that definitely have existed, and probably just a small capacity increase for them to be able to collect that information and do the analysis. Where it's not possible to do that, you can also then ride on the statistical systems who have got a certain funding. For example, the continuous demographic health surveys that are conducted every 5 years have a lot of information that can be used by other sister institutions who are looking for that kind of information. So you don't have to replicate data from by yourselves when you can actually access that information from the existing national statistical structures that have been established to ensure that data is, first of all, it's available, it is accurate, and of course it is regular. And of course, finally, my observation, funding in the short run may not increase. In the short run may not increase. I think Professor made it very clear that if we can find a way of synergizing the existing institutions, the coffee research, the tea research, pyrethrum research, they're all agriculture. Is there a way that we can be able to have that synergy to be able to address the areas of funding for research? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My first take is that Africa needs a core of scholar, practitioners, evangelists, who in the language of churches will stand in the gap to present evidence to governments on the risk, and that present some kind of risk analysis that present the extent to which lack of evidence-based policy making is limiting Africa's development and program impacts. We need to do this, and we will have to use multiple channels as strategic communication. a lot of advocacies, a lot of discourses, simply to bring it to governments, politicians, that we cannot continue to approach policy in a primitive, non-scientific manner and think we can get the right kind of results. The second thing is that we need to, as researchers, we need to begin to institutionalize do thinking. That's to say, a mesh between scholars and practitioners. We need to take it to some heights. Strengthening turn and gown within the university system. For those of us that are influential around the political space, encourage our political parties to have their own internal think tanks. The Brooklyn institution is known to be the think tank of the Democratic Party. The American enterprise, heritage is known to be, to draw funds and support. So they are trusted. They are thinking they input into their manifestos, they help to. So when R&D is institutionalized even within the political parties, it will be very useful. The other thing is that our elite needs to take a gamble. I think it was Professor Defcon of Oxford that wrote a book. We need to take a gamble on development. We need to move from self-serving, oligarchic, that is centered on self, or what Richard Joseph called prebenda commitment, to really doing more of real development. And what does that mean? It means that we need to begin to think more in long term. How can you be operating in the short term and be operating in long term? It means that there must be some measure of national consensus among the elite in every nation. America has an American dream. You can almost whether it's Democratic or Republican, an average American knows the America of the future that they are building. So the first thing that needs to happen, that there must be some elite consensus regarding on some critical landmine that will take the countries to a defined future. The truth of the matter is that in most of our country, you cannot really picture the direction that the political leadership is taking the country. The other thing is that, so if you do that, it does mean that the whole conversation of the developmental state will be very, very relevant. You need to begin to build institutions that will drive the dream. You need to have capable institutions, professionalized civil service. You need to really run a government of national competence. What most countries of the Asian Tiger do is that they have a framework within all institutions where they create space for their very best people wherever they can be found. That's why we have the model of senior executive service in governments all around the world today. I think South Africa is also playing around with that. What that does is that it's not the policy space. It's not only for bureaucrats. There must be space for a researcher to come in and occupy desks under renewable contract agreement or performance-based contracts. If you do that, the nation, but to be able to do that, we need to begin to minimize nepotism in recruitments to government. Government must show example. Where countries around Africa, we work on our head. The best in the class are on the streets, where the second and third best are occupying the most influential position. A nation that works upon its head can never get it right. Our most prize institutions are not headed by the very best. They are headed by people with connections. So if you cannot institutionalize government of national competence development process that harnesses the very best, let me tell you, the only reason that I stayed in the civil service was that I was invited at a time by General Ibrahim Babangida, who I regarded as the head of state in Nigeria that I respect talent most. By the time I was invited, Olikoye Ransome-Kuti was Minister of Finance, Minister of Health. Bolaji Akinyemi was Minister of Foreign Affairs. Kalu Idika Kalu was Minister of Finance. Chuo Kongo was, Alaji was Permanent Secretary. So I thought I was moving to a technocratic space. I was motivated. I invested my energy to develop myself because I thought I had a country that was really moving to a defined future. But suddenly mediocrity started coming in. And politics, we became a country where we politicize everything. Even in the constitution of Governing Council of Universities, you have chairman of Governing Council whose only mission is to ask Vice Chancellor, how much do you have? And which contract can I award? I mean, so if a nation degrades to that level, it's very difficult for it. Let me just end it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That our recruitment must move away from technical know-who to technical know-how. That brings us to the end of this session. I would like us to give a round of applause for our panelists and discussants. Thank you very much. I want to invite, is it Derek or the MC?
Good morning, Your Excellencies. Listening to moving from technical know-who to technical know-how. A statement was once made, or a question was once asked. It says, the mistakes of a doctor are buried 6 feet under. Meaning when a doctor is not careful in what they do, people end up dying and are buried. The mistakes of a teacher are roaming the streets. Meaning when a teacher does not do his job or her job well, the students will never find a job. They will be roaming the streets. The mistakes of a judge are in prison. Meaning when the judge does not do his or her work properly, innocent people end up being in prison. The question now is, where are the mistakes of public service commissions found? Someone says they are in government offices. So what we see in government offices is a reflection of the public service commissions. And I'm sure after this conference and the activity that will come after this will help us become better. Your Excellencies, in the morning when I came, there seemed to have been a protocol dilemma. I was being asked who sits where now that we've had elections. Who do we move where? So that one was a very simple answer for me, because the beauty of the public service is we are driven by processes and procedures. We've just had an election, but not yet a handover. So a handover needs to take place. Donald Trump has won the elections, but when I checked on him this morning, he's not in the White House because a procedure and a process has to be undertaken. In line with Aapscoms procedure, the outgoing still superintends over the conference until it comes to an end. This is their deliverable. It is only after the last item of the conference that the mandate of the new executive committee kicks in. So all matters that have to do with conference or issues arising as at now are still being handled by the outgoing executive committee. So now, after lunch, after the tea break that we are going to now, there's going to be a symbolic handover ceremony. The outgoing will be allowed to also speak some words and words of best wishes to the incoming, and then they'll hand over the instruments of power. So that will be the symbolic handover that will take place after the tea break. For the Secretariat, because what we do is technical, we are still dealing with a few thousands of dollars in our accounts and a number of other processes. The secretaries will have a meeting and agree on the handover process in terms of resources. So for secretaries, the handovers may not be now, but the timeline will be agreed so that the proper and seamless movement of resources and everything that goes with the association moves smoothly from one to the other. Then immediately after, there will be a communique that will be made, but it will be done outside this venue in a place that is still being organized, where the executive will interact with the media in terms of a communique from this meeting. There is some announcements and adjustments that has been made with regard to the dinner and the lunch, and that responsibility I'll hand over to the MC, but I would request that quickly after the tea break we come back and have the symbolic handover and prepare for the communique. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Derek. And I'm glad that the MC is neither outgoing nor incoming. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding for a tea break. And I'm told we need to take the shortest time possible. That will be 15 minutes, if possible. Number two, the Aapscom leadership has decided to give everyone a feel-good Friday. And for that reason, we have moved away from the gala dinner due to public demand. Now we are doing an extended luncheon. So we want to finish everything at around 2, and then we proceed for an extended luncheon so that you'll be free to enjoy food and drinks until the time you want. And after that, you prepare to exit. Is that better? As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. And so thank you very much for agreeing to that, and thank you for your gracious intervention, Mr. President, concerning that one. So we may proceed for the tea and come back in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Hello. Kindly let us come back. Let us come back for the final session of the day. We need to begin in the next 2 minutes, so please resume your seats. Thank you. I hope we are all back. Sound engineer, where are you? Let's hand over the microphones to the choir. We'll resume, we'll get them back a few minutes later. We need to start the second session anytime from now. So if you're out there, kindly join us.
1, 2.
Tumaini sina
ila damu yake
Bwana,
sina wema wa kutosha dhambi zangu kuziosha.
tumaini sina
ila damu yake
Bwana,
sina wema wa kutosha
kwake Yesu
nasimama.
salama. Oh, kwake Yesu. Mama. Salama. Oh, damu yake na sadaka.
Nategemea daima, chini ya kisha, Mwokozi atanitosha.
Damu yake na sadaka.
Nategemea daima, chini ya kisha, Mwokozi atanitosha.
Kwake Yesu.
Kwake Yesu
nasimama.
Ndiye mwamba ni salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama. Ndiye mwamba ni salama.
Kwake Yesu.
Kwake Yesu nasimama. Ndiye mwamba ni salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama. Ndiye mwamba ni salama.
Damu yake na sadaka.
Nategemea daima, chini ya kisha, Mwokozi atanitosha.
Damu yake na sadaka.
Nategemea daima,
Haleluya. Kwake Yesu. Nasimama. Salama. Haleluya. Kwake Yesu. Haleluya. Salama. Nikiitwa hukumuni,
nina amani, nikivikwa haki yake, sina hofu mbele zake.
nikiitwa hukumuni,
Rohoni nina amani, nikivikwa haki yake, sina hofu mbele
kwake
zake.
Yesu.
Kwake Yesu nasimama. Ndiye mwamba ni salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama. Ndiye mwamba ni salama.
Kwake Yesu.
Kwake Yesu nasimama. Mimi ndiye mwamba ni salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama. Ndiye mwamba ni salama.
maana yake.
Uongozi ndio uwezo uliopewa na watu
wa kuwahudumia
mahitaji yao
na kushughulikia
maslahi yao.
Uongozi watoka wapi?
Uongozi watoka kwake Baba Mwenyezi Mungu,
kwa wateule wake
aliyewateua
kuwaongoza watu
kwa mapenzi yake.
Tangu tupate uhuru
katika nchi ya Kenya tumebarikiwa sana
kupata viongozi
wa busara sana.
Twatoa shukrani
kwa Mwenyezi Mungu.
Thank you very much for coming back. This will be the final session, and before we kick off formally, Mr. President, we have a legendary musician in the house. He started singing way back in 1970s. He has composed so many patriotic songs here in Kenya. Some you've been hearing in your countries. We have read about him. Some of you have also read about him, and we are privileged this afternoon to be with him here. You love his music, and you're going to love his hits that he's going to perform. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mwalimu Thomas Wasonga. Mwalimu is performing a song entitled Wananchi Tuna Jukumu la Kujenga Bara Afrika. We have an obligation to build our continent, Africa. Welcome, Mwalimu.
Wananchi tuna jukumu kujenga bara Afrika yetu, tujumuike pamoja, tujenge bara letu yote.
Katiba yetu yasema,
na kujenga bara la Afrika lazima wananchi wote tujumuike pamoja, tujenge bara pamoja.
Katiba yetu yasema,
ukipewa madaraka mahali pa kazi yako, usitumie madaraka kuwamaliza wenzako.
Katiba yetu yasema,
ukipata cheo kikubwa mahali pa kazi yako, usitumie cheo hicho kuivuruga wenzako.
Katiba yetu yasema,
na ukiwa na elimu lazima wananchi wote tusitumie elimu kuwagawanya wananchi.
Katiba yetu yasema,
na ukiwa na utajiri uliopewa na Mungu, usitumie utajiri kuivuruga nchi yako.
Katiba yetu yasema,
sote
harambee harambee tujenge taifa, harambee harambee tujenge nchi yetu, harambee harambee tujiunge pamoja, tulinde Afrika yetu, lazidi kuenda mbele.
Tusipojenga nchi hakuna mwingine, ni sisi wenyewe tutajilaumu.
Harambee harambee tujenge taifa, harambee harambee tujenge nchi yetu, harambee harambee tujiunge pamoja, tulinde Afrika yetu, tuzidi kuenda mbele.
Tusipolinda nchi lazima wenyewe, ni sisi wenyewe tutakaojuta.
Harambee harambee tujenge taifa, harambee harambee tujenge nchi yetu, harambee harambee tujiunge pamoja, tulinde Afrika yetu, tuzidi kuenda mbele.
Maendeleo ndio ndiyo lengo letu Afrika, ni sisi pamoja tujenga Afrika yetu.
Harambee, harambee, tujenge taifa. Harambee, harambee, tujenge nchi yetu. Harambee, harambee, tujiunge pamoja, tulinde Afrika yetu, tuzidi kuenda mbele.
Harambee, harambee, tujenge taifa.
Harambee, harambee, tujenge nchi yetu. Harambee, harambee, tujiunge pamoja, tulinde Afrika yetu, tuzidi kuenda mbele. Harambee, harambee, tujenge taifa. Harambee, harambee, tujenge nchi yetu. Harambee, harambee, tujiunge pamoja, tulinde Afrika yetu, tuzidi kuenda mbele.
Wow, makofi tafadhali. Thank you very much, Mwalimu Wasonga. That song was beautiful. I've seen CEO Paul Famba singing along. That was good. Thank you very much. Harambe is a word that means let us join hands. Without further ado, allow me, Mr. President, to invite once again Secretary Aapscoms, Mr. Derek Winner, to take over this session. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Excellencies. I've been resisting all this while to correct the MC that is not Aapscoms, it's Aapscoms. And I thought this would be the right moment, because if we don't correct it, it might go on record without the S. Your Excellencies, 6 years ago, you accepted to take responsibility of an association called the Africa Public Services Commission. At that time, the word COVID was not known. And as you took over responsibility, you assumed things would be as they had been in the later years. But you took over and managed the association, Your Excellencies, through the most difficult times. Up to about a year ago, we did not know that such a gathering in this manner would be possible. I can only but quote from the Bible the words of Paul. And this, Your Excellencies, applies to you. He says, I have fought a good fight. I have finished the race, and I have kept the faith. These words are words that can be said of you. You've come this far now. Only the second of its kind that power is moving from one country to the other. I wish to request at this stage that we give a round of applause to the outgoing executive committee of the Aapscoms. In the order of precedence, I will invite, first of all, the Vice President of a region I will mention, who will come and give not really a farewell message, because you are just changing roles, but you are part of the association, but to give a message of goodwill to the incoming. And thereafter, you'll be asked to step in front, and the incoming will be asked to come so that you can hand over the instruments of power. And thereafter, the seats and the flags will exchange. Allow me now to invite the Vice President, West African Region, the Chairperson of the Public Service Commission of the Gambia, to come and give the message of goodwill to the incoming Vice President. Your Excellency, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. It's a very nice moment, moment of handing over, or what do you call it, having over or exchanging positions. But it's also a pleasure that we have come up to this day, and then we are able to make it happen. It's a great moment that after difficult times and periods, we are able to come to this wonderful day. I wouldn't take much of our time, because we have a lot of activity programs to do, but I wish to thank all delegates, members, honorable commissioners, honorable chairpersons in Africa, and all those people who have participated immensely in trying to see that this day come to be a reality. It was not easy. It was a tough route that the executive, with their able president, are able to come and witness such an important day like this. I can tell you, it's a moment of proud as Africans. It is not an easy task to come together, not only coming together, but to understand each other, work together, and achieve a goal. And that's what we have done today. We have achieved a goal. We have done something great that all of us would ever remember. I will now Secretary. I will break off and then go back to sit down. So can I right now? Okay. You have to bring the document. Honorable Vice President, Western Region, it's a pleasure to receive you and hand over the power of instruments and hand over the power of instruments, which includes the constitutions and other relevant documents enclosed in this file. I have no doubt that we'll work together, and at the end of the results will be very good. On behalf of the Executive Committee, and on behalf of delegates, on behalf of African Commission members, and on behalf of my people from West Africa and the people of West Africa, I have the pleasure and honor this morning to hand over you power and position of the Vice Chairman of Western Region. Congratulations, and keep it up. Thank you. I've already given you my seat.
Allow me to invite the Vice President, outgoing Vice President, East Africa. Excellency.
Dr. Cholwe Beani, the immediate former president of Aapscoms, the outgoing regional vice presidents and the incoming regional vice presidents, distinguished delegates present here, commissioners of service commissions from the countries represented here, a very good afternoon to you. Mine is a simple task, and when we did our elections yesterday, we got a new committee that is coming in. I have been the vice president of Aapscoms for the East African region, and this morning it is my privilege and honor to hand over the baton to run the East African region to none other than the new vice president of the East African region from Tanzania. Welcome, madam.
The next is Vice President, Southern Africa.
Good morning, colleagues. Oh, it's good afternoon, by the way. It is with great honor that on behalf of my beautiful country and the Southern African region, we thank the Aapscoms family for the confidence and the trust they had bestowed on my country to serve as the Vice President Aapscoms for the Southern African region. In the same breath, I'm glad now to pass the baton to my one and only neighbor, the Republic of South Africa. And we can only hope and pray that the turbulences that the organization has gone through for the past years is indeed over, that the seat belt signs are really off now, and we can only cruise and go higher from here. Prof, you and I have an established working relationship, and I hope we'll continue in the similar manner. I want to assure you that this time around, I will not insist on co-signing.
Your Excellencies, due to time constraints, we'll end here. Your Excellencies, there will be a part after the President's exchange instruments of power. Before the incoming comes to close the conference, the Vice President from West Africa that has offered to host will have to come and issue a message of welcome, and thereafter he is the one who will call upon the incoming president to come and issue the closing remarks. Your Excellencies, I wish to request now that we be upstanding. The handover of the presidency shall happen while we are on our feet. Mr. President.
Is it still morning or afternoon? It's still afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, Commission Chairpersons, and Commissioners. Let me just inform our delegates that the Zambian Commissioner who gave us prayer yesterday has been taken ill, but is being attended to. Let's keep him in our prayers. It gives me great pleasure, after everything we've gone through, to come here and hand over the presidency of Aapscom to my brother from Kenya. We were walking up and we jovially commented that he will have to take the back seat before he ascends. And then he said, well, will I be able to ascend the throne? I said, well, if you do not find the petition, which is the African tradition. Anyhow, we've come a long way. And it is a great pleasure that after all the difficulties from COVID and communication difficulties, traveling around the region to bring Ghana and Nigeria back into the fold to continue the work of Aapscom, I'm happy that this has been more than successful. It exceeded our expectations. And I think going forward, I do not see Aapscom ever declining to the level and status it had been before. I believe that my brother, who takes over presidency, has sufficient zeal and enthusiasm epitomized through the organization of this assembly to push the agenda of Aapscom to expand, grow, and become a powerhouse on the African continent. On those notes, let me welcome my brother to assume the noble office of President of Aapscom. Thank you.
we may take our seats. Your Excellency, the Vice President, West Africa, it's now my honor and privilege to invite you to offer your welcome and also call upon the President of the Aapscoms to close the conference. Your Excellency, sir.
The President has come, the Vice Presidents, the outgoing President, Aapscom, and the incredibly patriotic members of the ESCO. The only statement I need to make is that if the outgone president had not come to Nigeria the way he did, and the way he spoke to the entire body of the Commission of Nigeria, the way he did, it would have been unlikely for Nigeria to have been present today. So I give the credit to the outgone president for the incredible patriotic service. I can tell that the Aapscom will need a lot of John the Baptist before the Messiah will come. But you have sown, and I'm sure we will do our best to water that which you have sown. And I'm sure the fruit of greatness will begin to emerge in Aapscom. On this note, I pledge the loyalty of the entire body of vice presidents to our new president, that we will be loyal, we will commit ourselves, we will deploy the entire arsenal of our intellect and our professional acumen to support you to make your tenure incredibly successful. Having said that, the last statement that I need to make before inviting my president is to say that Nigeria is most honored to be given the opportunity to host the next General Assembly and the conference. And when I heard that it's not an annual thing, it's biannual, I was completely at rest, because Nigeria is very capable of rising to the responsibility, and would try to take a cue from what we have seen as the demonstrated excellence of Kenya, and possibly take it to the next level. So I extend the invitation to all of you, and let's see in Abuja in 2026, God will keep us alive. On this note, and most respectfully and with a sense of responsibility, I have the honor to invite the President and the Chair of the Public Service Commission of Kenya to mount the podium, make a statement, and declare the conference closed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, my Vice President from the great Republic of Nigeria, a country that has produced a lot of intellectuals, a country that is familiar to all of us here. The books we have read emanating from authors from that country. We continue to emulate and remember those books and their authors. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for for agreeing to host the next assembly. The immediate former team of Aapscoms, led by Dr. Cholwe Beani, the chair of the Public Service Commission of Zambia, with his able team, the chairperson of the Public Service Commission of Lesotho, and the chairperson of the Public Service Commission of the Gambia, my new vice president, South Africa, Tanzania, and Nigeria, fellow commissioners, delegates, distinguished guests, once again, a very good afternoon to all of you here. This moment brings this conference to a close. But just before I close the conference, I wish to express my deep gratitude to all of you seated here today. Because without you, this assembly and this conference would not have been a success. So can we clap for ourselves? I also wish to pass my very deep gratitude to the members of my commission, the commissioners, and my secretariat, led by the CEO of the secretariat, Mr. Paul Famba, for the exemplary support and work that this team has put to ensure that this conference happens. It has been a tumultuous time for the association because of the challenges that have been mentioned herein. And I do recognize that the team that has just vacated this table took this association through that very, very challenging time to where we are now today. Let's give them a round of applause, please. I did make my remarks yesterday. I'm not going to belabor those points. As the new president, what I would want to say, and this has been repeated over and over again, and I do express a word and a message of gratitude to all the presenters and panelists who are here, who've taken us through what ails us as a people, what ails us as a community, what ails us as Africa, pointing out why we are not, as service commissions, able to connect with our citizenry, more so this new generation. I don't know whether we have consumed all the words that have been said here today, but I wish we do. Because when we take up such a responsibility as we have taken up today within my team here, what I would say is that power comes with the responsibility. But more often than not, that becomes a full stop. It stops at responsibility. Because what kind of responsibility do we, as leaders, give to that? Or what we have been given by you people, by our citizens? what matters to a leader and to us today and policymakers, and those of you who are policymakers seated here in front of us, is a legacy you leave behind. What legacy are we going to leave behind, me and my team, when we exit, inshallah, into 2026? That is how we are going to be measured, by not only this General Assembly and the people seated herein, but by our people. And that is how we are measured as a community of nations, continent-wise and globally. What culture do we bring to the table? As we were taught by our forefathers and the authors of this great continent who continue writing, what values and what principles and what beliefs do we bring to the table and to our people, the citizens of our great countries and great nations? That is what we are measured with. And for me, standing here this afternoon, I promise this assembly to take this association to greater heights, heights that have never been seen before. Because that is what me leading this team, that will measure who I am and what my legacy will be. So as I close, I also wish to sincerely thank the great team of rapporteurs that have consistently taken down all that has been said in this conference by everybody, which will be developed into a paper, which will be compressed into a joint communique, and which will be the roadmap as I lead this great team that has been elected here. I also wish to thank sincerely all the choirs that have entertained us and have made us, as we are listening to the presentations going on, sometimes you feel like you're about to nod off. The choirs come in and rejuvenate us a bit. So thank you very much, choir. The choirs that were here before from the Teacher Service Commission. And finally, I also wish to sincerely thank all the stakeholders and the sponsors who made this event, the conference, the assembly, a success. So, now I wish to close this 6th biennial General Assembly and Conference officially closed, and Allah rain showers upon all of you here, upon the continent of Africa and upon all our countries within this great continent. And as you leave, as you depart the four corners of the Republic of Kenya, God guide you all. Please pass our warmest regards to our brothers and sisters that you find back in your countries. And may you have journey mercies, and God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, I was looking around for the Master of Ceremony. Then I realized I am the Master of Ceremony. There is a communique that will be read out by the President of the Aapscoms. There are 3 copies, and these ones require that all chairpersons afterwards also append their signatures. Then it will become a complete communique. And thereafter, we shall rise up for the national anthem and depart for lunch. Your Excellency.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we, the chairpersons and representatives of African Public Service Commissions, joint communique for the 6th Elective General Assembly and Conference of the Association of African Public Service Commissions, held from 6th to 8th November 2024 at Safari Park Hotel, Nairobi, Kenya. We, the chairpersons and representatives of the African Public Service Commissions, attending the 6th Elective General Assembly and Conference of the Association of African Public Service Commission themed Driving Public Service Delivery Transformation through Innovation and Technology, under the sub-theme Leveraging on ICT for Efficient and Effective Service Delivery, Building a Citizen-Centric Public Service of the 21st Century, and Strengthening Research through Evidence-Based Policy and Decision-Making in the Public Service, held at the Safari Park Hotel, Nairobi, Kenya. Inspired by the history, establishment, and development of the Association of African Public Service Commissions, and the significant role that the association has played in improving and supporting effective and efficient service delivery in the various public services in Africa, affirming the significant role played by Aapscoms in fostering collaborations and networking amongst African Public Service Commissions, and providing an avenue to share experiences and knowledge that ultimately contribute to the improved provision of efficient and effective service delivery across the public services in Africa. Acknowledging and applauding the significant role and dedication of all the member African Public Service Commissions and other service commissions for their efforts and contributions towards the achievement of the goals and objectives of Aapscoms, recognizing the significant milestones of Aapscoms and the resultant institutional reforms since its inception, further recognizing the purpose for which the association was formed, being to collaborate, share experiences and best practices among African Public Service Commissions in order to promote good governance and improve service delivery in the public services of the continent, extremely conscious of the ever-changing workplace environment, complex and evolving challenges facing the African public services, and the need for continuous efforts to adapt and develop strategies to address new trends that include embracing the use of information, communication, technology, ICT platforms for an efficient and effective service delivery in the public services in Africa, having embraced the need to build a citizen-centric public service of the 21st century in all the public services across the African continent, noting the lessons learned from operations of various African Public Service Commissions as envisioned in their respective constitutional and statutory mandates, do hereby agree and state as follows. The 6th Elective General Assembly and Conference of the African Association of Public Service Commission was hosted by the Public Service Commission of Kenya and attended by the Honorable Justin B.N. Muturi, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Public Service and Human Capital Development of the Republic of Kenya as a chief guest. The Civil Service Commissions of Zambia, the Public Service Commission of South Africa, the Civil Service Commission of the Kingdom of Lesotho, the Local Government Service Commission of the Kingdom of Lesotho, the Teaching Service Commission of the Kingdom of Lesotho, the Federal Civil Service of Nigeria, the Civil Service Commission of Abia State, Nigeria, the Public Service Commission of Tanzania, the Civil Service Commission of the Gambia, the Public Service Commission of Ghana, the Public Service Commission of Zimbabwe, the Civil Service Commission of the Kingdom of Eswatini, and the following commissions from Kenya: Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, Teacher Service Commission, Judicial Service Commission, the National Land Commission, Commission on Administrative Justice, the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, Office of the Auditor General, the Controller of Budget, Chairperson of the Caucus of Chairpersons of County Public Service Boards, Kenya Law Reform Commission, the National Police Service Commission, and the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights. Additionally, the Elective General Assembly and Conference marked the association's 16th anniversary since its establishment in the year 2008. It provided an avenue for participants to share their experiences, expectations, challenges, best practices, and reform proposals with a view of driving public service delivery transformation through innovation and technology. The conference has taken place at a time when public service institutions are facing unprecedented demand for more innovative solutions to support citizens' needs, particularly those that are most vulnerable to achieve better outcomes and lead fulfilling lives in spite of dwindling resources. It was noted that technological intervention, incorporation of new management principles, taking into account the needs and aspirations of the citizens, are taking center stage in public sector management. The conference theme of driving public service delivery transformation through innovation and technology was discussed under the following three sub-themes: leveraging on ICT for efficient and effective service delivery, building a citizen-centric public service of the 21st century, and strengthening research through evidence, policy, and decision-making in public service. Deducing from the deliberation under the above thematic areas, A, on the leveraging on ICT for efficient and effective service delivery, it was emphasized and agreed that there is a need to avoid the use of manual systems to pave way for the rolling out of the ICT infrastructure. African governments need to create an enabling environment for the use of ICT in order towards the realization of e-governments. The use of ICT improves the efficiency, transparency, accessibility, and effectiveness of service delivery. There is a need to invest heavily on ICT infrastructure in order to improve service delivery. There is a need, where possible, to collaborate and partner with various ICT service providers to assist with the infrastructure developments in that regard. There is a need to undertake adequate capacity building of officers to make them ICT compliant, and leveraging on ICT will only succeed when trust levels and technology apathy has been competently dealt with. On building a citizen-centric public service of the 21st century, it was emphasized and agreed that leadership gaps need to be addressed and that recruitment should be restricted to the right skills. There is need to adopt cybergogy as opposed to pedagogy in order to enable the incorporation of ICT infrastructure. There is need to allocate adequate funding for training of public servants and build trust in them. There is need for political goodwill and inculcation of the ethical values in the public service. There is a need for public service commissions to have a focused approach to building a high level of efficiency and organizational effectiveness. Public service commissions must have adequate and effective leadership to enable them undertake proper recruitment, training, development, and succession management. There is need to bridge the gap between systems, policies, and the actual people to be served. Good systems in the public service should be reflected in the lives of the ordinary citizens. The use of technology should complement the work done by humans, because technology cannot infuse public service values such as empathy and ethics. Character formation should be built in the public service, as a moral pedigree will eventually determine a person's orientation. Public service should have more impact as opposed to being just for compliance purposes. The personal character of public servants is very key in the public service, and there should be a radical departure from the current status quo. Technology needs to be embraced because it can only perform optimally if used correctly. On the discussion revolving around the strengthening research through evidence-based policy and decision-making in the public service, it was discussed and agreed. Policy planning in the public service should be based on facts and accurate statistics. Developed public service policies should be able to strategically address identified challenges in the public service. Adequate research should build and strengthen a public institution's knowledge capital. Institutions should embrace and implement a scientific public policy management. Africa should invest on its own research and analytics to inform her policy interventions instead of relying on foreigners. Public institutions should invest in research that will inform on decisions on succession planning. And there is a need to mine exit data from officers exiting public service institutions to improve efficiency. There is need to make use of dormant and underutilized administrative data. There is a need to strengthen interinstitutional research collaborations. There is a need to enhance research outputs, the quantity and quality of research to be synthesized to actionable outcomes. There is a need to align research to the country's national development goals. There is a need to establish a framework for monitoring and evaluation. There is a need to align research to the policy needs. There is need to enhance funding and partnerships, promote dissemination of research through collaboration. There is a need to track performance, as research without impact is useless. There is a need to build the capacity of policy consumers. Public policies should be simple and not sophisticated. Policies should be prioritized as opposed to being reactionary. There is a need for diversification and value addition so that research speaks to the needs of the people, to add value and at the same time get feedback from the people. Acutely aware that a strong, effective, and efficient public service is an enabler to a country's economic development, it was proposed that there was need for continuous collaboration and sharing of ideas among the various public service commissions and other service commissions in Africa, engagement in active lobbying for the expanded membership of the association in the entire continent, simplify and translate the association's constitution into various languages of the various African countries for ease of effective communication. Decided in the elections of the 6th General Assembly that the following persons be elected into various offices of the Executive Committee. Anthony Moshiri, President Aapscoms. Professor Tunji Olaopa, Vice President Aapscoms, representing West Africa region. Lady Justice, retired Hamisa Kalombola, Vice President Aapscoms, representing East Africa region. And Professor Somadoda Fikeni, Vice President Aapscoms, representing Southern Africa region. Proposed that the 7th Elective General Assembly and Conference of Aapscoms be held in Nigeria, West Africa region. Building on the progress achieved so far by the association, the members agree to mobilize and commit resources and give other necessary support, invest more on the infrastructure support for the association, lead the transformation of public service delivery in Africa through innovation and technology, create more awareness in their respective regions, and lobby for the joining of the association, strive to build the capacity of the member commissions, assist in the translation of the association's constitution into the French, Portuguese, Spanish, Arabic, and major languages spoken in African countries to make the association more inclusive and impactful. Ensure its radical transformation for the better, foster strategic partnerships with state and non-state actors to support and fund the activities and projects of the association. We convey our sincere gratitude to the member commissions, the outgoing executive committee under the leadership of the outgoing president of Aapscoms, Dr. Cholwe Beani, for their service, and the secretariat for organizing this conference, the Public Service Commission Kenya, and its exemplary leadership for hosting the conference and General Assembly. We also appreciate the presence and support of all the other key stakeholders of Aapscoms. This joint communique is dated today at Nairobi, Kenya, the 8th day of November, the year of our Lord, 2024, and will be signed by the president of Aapscoms and the 3 vice presidents of the 3 regions. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Your Excellencies, there is a minor correction on page 3, which will still be done even after the signing, where Lesotho has been reflected as Civil Service Commission and not Public Service. So the correction has been noted. I see a hand from the Gambia. Also Gambia. So the ceremony now is symbolic, and there's inclusion of all the chairpersons to sign only 3 documents so that they become official documents. So while that is happening, we request the choir to give us 1 or 2 songs while the signing of the communique is happening.
Nashindwa na mali pesa zanisumbua, jamani pesa, oh, nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Pesa zanisumbua, jamani pesa, oh, nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio, oh, nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Kidege ukuwaza, kidege, oh, kidege, oh, kidege, nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio, oh, nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Kidege ukuwaza, kidege, oh, kidege, oh, kidege, nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Ningekuoa malaika. Ningekuoa
Malaika eninge Sinela ninge O malaika wangu ninge Malaika wangu ninge Tafadhali sina hela ninge O malaika wangu ninge Wanipendeza malaika we Ninge wa malaika Ninge wa malaika
Tumsifu Mungu mwema aliyemuumba wetu, kwa maana viumbe vyote vinatoka. Maana viumbe vyote vinatoka. Kaumba ulimwengu pamoja na mali yote, matendo yake Mungu ni makubwa. Matendo yake Mungu ni makubwa. Wetu astahili na sisi watu wake wa bara la Afrika, tumsifu Baba Mungu kwa upendo. Tumsifu Baba Mungu kwa upendo. Astahili enzi, utukufu na heshima, Mwenyezi Baba Mungu muumba Mola wetu. Twaomba ewe Mola uzidi kulinda Afrika, kwa maana wewe ndiwe tegemeo letu. Kwa maana wewe ndiwe tegemeo letu. Bariki bara letu, e Baba uliye mwema, kwa kuwa nguvu zote na uwezo ni wako. Kwa kuwa nguvu zote na uwezo ni wako. Astahili enzi, utukufu na heshima, Mwenyezi Baba Mungu muumba Mola wetu. Baba Mungu, tumsifu Baba Mungu, bariki bara letu Afrika. Tujenga bara letu Afrika. Bariki bara la Afrika. Bariki bara letu Afrika. Atele e Baba, kwa mambo ya machafuko we Mola, kwa mambo ya utengano we Mungu, kwa mambo ya ukabila we Mola, kwa mambo yenye fitina we Baba, kwa mambo mabaya yote twaomba Baba utukinge. Astahili enzi, utukufu na heshima, Mwenyezi Baba Mungu muumba Mola wetu. Astahili enzi, utukufu na heshima, Mwenyezi Baba Mungu muumba Mola wetu. Astahili enzi, utukufu na heshima, Mwenyezi Baba Mungu muumba Mola wetu.
Wonderful. A round of applause for the Public Service Commission Choir for that beautiful song. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost coming to a close, and I am advised that the documents that we've just witnessed here are going to be circulated to every member. So kindly, when you find yours, just receive it. If you don't, just see me or Mr. Winner there, or any other official, you'll get yours. I'm also advised that any corrections that are required to be made in the document are going to be done so as soon as possible. So for now, we wish to close the 6th Association of African Public Service Commissions General Assembly, Aapscoms. This time it is Aapscoms. I have not missed the S. Thank you very much. And we are going to do so with the national anthem of Kenya shortly. And then after that, I am requested to kindly ask all the foreign dignitaries that are here to head to the office up there, the Secretariat office, so that we can do some confirmations about travel. And then we all go for luncheon. And the luncheon today is a feel-good Friday luncheon. It is extended and enhanced. So we're going to have a complete luncheon with good food, with drinks and everything, up to around 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, according to your pleasure. So be ready to enjoy and network even as we do the luncheon. I'm also advised our foreign dignitaries are our VIPs today. Kenyans, are you there? And for that reason, when you get to the Nyamachoma restaurant, please move to the extreme corner. That's where your area has been reserved. We have put a lot of meat there and other things to ensure that indeed it looks like a VIP section. So please don't just occupy any table. Yours is special. And we are very happy to host you today. With those few remarks, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to be your moderator. I'm so humbled. Thank you. I hope to see you in Nigeria in 2026, God willing. So let us be upstanding for the Kenya National Anthem. Thank you very much. We allow our high table here to leave first, followed by the outgoing office, and then the rest of us. Thank you very much. Choir.
Africa, oh, our motherland, Africa, oh, our motherland, we cherish you, we thank our God for the great nation, Africa. We cherish you, we thank our God for the great nation, Africa. We must